Howdy. So, I have been... I played a little bit of this in the interim since Wednesday. It's a good time. No real additional commentary since then. It's a good game. I enjoy the heck out of it. I do want to do a little introductory thing here. One thing I've been thinking about, and I think I mentioned this a little bit on Wednesday, but now that I've had a lot more time to play this game, I kind of want to cement something into actually having stated it publicly. One of the issues that I've had with like military flight sims and military like flight combat games in general is they tend to be very narrow in their focus when it comes to how they actually operate as a video game. Digital Combat Simulator, DCS being a prime example, where you have like high fidelity, real vehicles that are done to the level where they are essentially like realistic flight simulations of those aircraft. So, if you play that game, you get a generally pretty good understanding of how that aircraft actually physically operates in real life to like a reasonable maximal extent for a consumer product. And the result is when you make a product like that, you are focused on making that high fidelity experience to the best of its ability, as opposed to doing other things which are, making it a good game. And that's the problem that a lot of people have with DCS. There's like, it's cool that the clicky cockpits and, the realistic systems and stuff like that. But at a certain point, it's just like, okay, well, now I'm going to go use it. And then you realize that the rest of the game is pretty bad. People do their best to make up for those deficiencies and, the mission editor and stuff like that. But there's only so much that you can do before you sort of before you sort of hit the floor of how much you can deal with. If you drop a bomb next to a vehicle and it doesn't do damage or whatever because it's not modeled correctly or something like that, right? There's nothing you can do about that unless you like go and you do game mods or something and then you start running problems there. VTOL VR, love the game, played it before, obviously. If few weeks back, or last month or something like that. Great game, genuinely. One of the best VR games, and kind of my like golden example of more VR games need to be vehicle sims, because I think that is where it really starts to shine without getting into. It's the best you can do without running into any of the issues that VR has, in a manner of speaking. I played the one Battlefield like VR game, I think back in November or October or something like that. That was a fun game, but you know, movement controls and stuff like that, you kind of run into like having to deal with all that. It can be a little bit clunky sometimes. It's really fun. It's an enjoyable experience, but it has its complications. Whereas a sit-down vehicle sim VR, you don't really run into any of those problems. It's just reach out, touch things, and blow stuff up kind of stuff. So that's where VTOL VR is good. But it also doesn't really have a dynamic campaign in the same way that Nuclear Option has really, really well developed. It's not like it's pseudo-dynamic, if we're being blunt. Like, it's not really dynamic. It is preset, but it has the flavor and the feeling of dynamism that you might see if you were to go way back into like the 90s, early 2000s with stuff like Falcon, where, you know, the Falcon series game where you have like the dynamic campaign for Korea and stuff like that is genuinely like a more dynamic campaign. Whereas this game, you have mission editor. The mission editor is obviously quite a strong tool and you can set up some good stuff, but it's not to that same level as what they did in Falcon. But I think the prevailing thought process going from the Falcon developers was it was extremely difficult to do, and they probably would never want to do it again, kind of thing. And so I think that this game meets a nice area between making something that high in fidelity and making something that is a genuinely good game and finds a nice middle point. And so that's kind of what keeps me coming back here, is like it's not dynamic, but it's dynamic enough that I appreciate it. Anyways, let's see. What's available as far as servers go? I'm just gonna join a random server, and we're gonna probably continue to do PvE, just because I think if I do this online in this format, and I'm doing a, how do I put this? I was burned a little bit once. No, I was burned when I did VTOL VR. I got burned and I had to pull that video from archive because I got burned by some of the other players I was matched with. Has not happened in this game thus far, but nonetheless, I'm gonna avoid PvP just because yeah, I don't want to do that again. Let's see though. What's close set as a limit? 100, 111. Hides requires password. Let's see if there's a server that's like, that's a little bit too low. It's pretty much all up to 30s at 24. Let's see if we can sneak in here. God, the FPS in that match, or in that dedicated server that has like up to 50 players or whatever, or what was it, 128? The FPSs must be awful. Must be really bad. I can't even imagine. I do want to do PvP at some point. I need to get rid of this. Last time I left that on for like 30 plus minutes, so let's not do that this time. The PvP must be awful in this, or not. I don't want to say awful. Excuse me. I'm mixing up my thought process here. The PvP in this game is probably very interesting, but it's definitely something that I would want to play offline first, or not, off stream first. Excuse me, before I go when I try to actually do that. Just because I want to get an understanding of like what goes on there without it being something where maybe people are trying to be sneaky and do whatever. Oh no, came in right at the wrong time. This match looks like it's pretty close to the end, but nonetheless, We'll sneak in here and we'll see what we can pull off. Do love the cricket still. I think weirdly, so I've come to appreciate the Ifrit, which is the like, you know, the twin engine F-22 sort of stand-in vehicle. I've really come to appreciate the Ifrit and what it can do. And I did something really, really cheeky with it yesterday when I was playing by myself, where I discovered that one of the best ways to deploy nuclear bombs is from a steep dive at 10,000 kilometers altitude. So I'm just saying, it has its charms. All right, so what do we got going on? Just a little bit of everything. Like I said, this is obviously the end of this particular match is coming to a close. I also learned to appreciate a little bit more the power of doing actual logistics stuff in this game, because you can, you know, you can pull out the quad-rotor, the tarantula, and you can load it up with vehicles. You can drop your AAs, and you can do all that stuff. And what I learned was, I was doing a match yesterday where I was up here, and this airbase, the city airport, which is what it actually is a city airport, had been nuked to hell and back. And what I did was I pulled out the tarantula, I dropped a bunch of AA stuff, and I gave them a munitions crate, and for the rest of the match, I was just collecting, like, a large amount of money, because every time something that you personally place in the world kills something, you get money for it, as if you had done it yourself, more or less. So if you take your tarantula out and you grab AA and then you put a munitions crate on it and you let it just run wild, they'll intercept missiles and like ballistic missiles and stuff like that. They'll intercept like nuke bombs and all kinds of stuff, and you'll get paid for it. And it's a great time. So it's passive income is what it is. So yeah, that's fun. AGM 99s. That was an AGM 99. Oh yeah, so this mission's clearly so close to over that I might not even be able to do anything before it ends. What did I do? Oops. I'm so sorry, I just realized that I had that muted. Fix that. You know, the first 15-20 minutes is just, you know, remembering how to do this correctly, since I do it infrequently. Oh boy. I might need to reduce this, to be honest. It is starting to annoy me a little bit. Field feed options, number of lines, let's drop that down to... I'll just leave that as is. Just because it's starting to annoy me a little bit. It's getting to be a bit much. Unfortunately, I had to very patiently wait way out there. Yeah, they're sending Tuscos and... Oh, the carrier fleet arrived. Yeah. I forgot that that's a thing that happens in this match. That's the thing, when you have like 24 players, they can easily push from, you know, the starting condition all the way to taking out all of the enemy air bases and stuff before the carrier fleet arrives, and the carrier fleet's supposed to arrive like mid-match. Because I think this escalation scenario is intended for like 16 players on one side at the most, if not even less than that potentially. Once you start passing beyond that point, the match length starts to drop down quite dramatically. Which has its charms too, but there's definitely something to be said for playing the game with people and having less people, so that you are actually like challenged a little bit, so that you're constantly having to worry about there being enemy planes shooting things at you, and it's not, you know, a very target-rich environment for them. SARH? Oh no. Oh shit. I don't have a jammer. We're good. That's what the terrain's for. Save me from my hubris. Okay. What do you got here? All of them were intercepted. Very cool. Intercept that. Parry this, you filthy casuals. One. Two. 3, 4. We got the mobile air defense. Mobile air defense would have been the one that was intercepting everything, I suspect. No, it was not. It's probably this one, actually. Alright. Very well, then. There's a tarantula over here. Let's see if we can kill this. Nope, he got it before I did anyways. Hello, Mr. Tarantula. How are you? Oh, he does have 20 mils on the front, doesn't he? No, someone beat me to him. Cringe. Alright. Well, I guess we'll go back. Sorting over. I got my kill. My one kill. Such as... Alright. We haven't capped it yet, right? But it looks like we're about to, so we should be able to land there by the time the cricket actually arrives. We should be ready to go. But yeah, I left War Thunder out of my initial conversation, too. War Thunder has the same problem. And it doesn't help that War Thunder is designed as a, like, match-based arena game. And so you have this issue where it's sort of a match-based arena game, but it's also intended to be, you know, what it is, which is like a vaguely sim-esque vehicle experience, but also kind of not. It has kind of a little bit of an identity issue because it has different modes. But it has no concept of, like, good campaigns or anything. Because it's all about grind and, like, quick combat and, like, lowest common denominator stuff. I mean, you can play sims...
Raise gear.
And you can have a little bit more of a thing with that, but on the whole, the game is really marketed as being a little bit more frenetic and like in and out, in and out, in and out. Go in, die, go to the next match kind of thing. It doesn't have... and that's kind of the sad thing, because War Thunder probably could have really good... Like, if they tried to make a dynamic campaign for it, or they did stuff like what this game has, where it has these kind of a dynamic-esque or you know, missions that invoke the idea of a dynamic campaign like this one does, they could probably do a lot of really cool stuff with the amount of vehicles that they have and amount of interesting stuff available to them. But it just, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Because for the last couple months, I was bit by a bit of a, MMRs. Might want to hold on to those. Yeah, my concern is this plane doesn't really have anything that's good at handling I don't think any of these have weapons that are good for handling. Oopsies. Winch pins. Jet kingpins, it'll be 8, 16 total. Probably not enough to kill. We could try and see what happens. Probably the best thing would be to try and do a high altitude bomb, but I think also, yeah, there's that. By the time I get there, it's going to be over anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I can't really see the ground textures very well, so I am literally following the taxi lights. And credit to the developers, that completely worked because I actually managed to get there correctly. Yeah, the whole ground texture is being hidden by the blast decal, which is so funny. Hey, great placement of the taxiway lights. Like, seriously, that good stuff. That actually worked. That's funny. Yeah. I don't know. War Thunder is a game that I want to like so bad, but it just I don't think I've ever played a game that wants me to dislike it as much as War Thunder wants me to. It didn't help that for the period of time that I was playing it, about 3/4 of that period I was playing it, heat rounds were completely broken, which is incredibly funny because that's like, what, 50+% of the ordnance in the entire game when you start including things like aircraft. Very cool. Anyways, I'm gonna stop ranting about that, but that was the other thing where it kind of stuck to my mind, is it being yet another game where it suffers from this problem of just not having those elements included in it. You know, with a dynamic campaign or semi-dynamic, or even something that, because mission roles is a really important thing when it comes to like military fight sims. If I'm doing this, my hope is that as part of doing so, if if I'm playing a game like this, my hope is that as part of doing so, I would be able to have like the full gameplay experience. I would be able to do like various air defense suppressions. Can you guys stop spawning vehicles in 5 seconds? Various air defense suppression techniques to be able to employ, you know, air to air, air to ground. I like that this game has logistical stuff in it, and the developer clearly understood the issues with this genre not really offering you the full spread of things to do in it. And I think it speaks highly to their ability to look at what's going on in competing titles and say, if I want to make a game that has these things, it needs to have this, and this in it. And this being like, you should be able to suppress air defense systems. You should be able to feel like you're going out, you're affecting the gameplay in some way. Have something that resembles a progression system, so at least within the match, you know, or you're like CSGO-esque progression where you know, I can buy an op because I killed 2 people, right? That kind of stuff. It really speaks to how clever they were about this and how aware they were of these issues, that this game understood what was lacking in the rest of the genre and was able to make up for it by including these things. That's kind of a problem I have with a lot of games. There are a lot more games that really should have some amount of progression system in them, have a little bit more... What? People being weird. Anyways. You know, more thought into progression, more thought into making sure that your game has that full spread of experiences. That, you know, if you're gonna have a mill sim, if you're gonna have all that stuff, you should have different kinds of like real-world missions in mind in terms of like what you're going to actually use the vehicle for, so that when players are doing the thing, they actually know what to expect and they know how to affect the battlefield in an interesting way, and to be able to do all these things which are useful. And yeah, I'm kind of starting to meander here. I'm outrunning my thought process, but at this point in time, it should be pretty clear what I'm talking about. They're trying to capture the airbase. We're gonna come over here and I'm gonna drop some sands, and then I'm gonna try to see if I can reinforce it. Well, I probably won't be able to do that because I would need a munitions crate of some kind. We'll go drop it over here by the munitions. I kinda hate the auto thrust on this thing. I believe these are the munitions bunkers. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come over here. too hard. This way. So it should provide at least a little bit of initial support for the airbase to avoid getting murdered too quickly. Come in here and we'll pull 12. See, and I just got money for helping destroy something. So that's exactly what I'm talking about right there. There it is, another one. Come on. I have to wait for it to spool up first. Drop a jackknife. You actually drop it? No, you didn't. Successful sorting. Yippee! Then let's pull 2 more of these sands. We'll drop them. They're doing their best. Uh-oh, I might die here in a moment. Yeah, there it is. I immediately repaired it, at least. Out of requisition, because I'm actually doing something kind of important. Okay, we're good. I don't want to alarm you, but I need you to move, like, right now. Please. I'm just stalling your hands there. In. Should I throw a munitions pilot over there or a jackknife first? Let's do a jackknife real quick. Switch to ammo info. I notice the server seems to lag a little bit when it comes to vehicle deployment, which is interesting. I've never seen that one before. Normally it happens pretty much instantly. I don't think it really matters, it's just an interesting thing that I noticed. And let's do munitions palette for this. Might be a while. Huh. Might be a while. I can't requisition that because it's rank 3. Sad. Very sad. It would help with the jackknife repaired a little bit faster. What is the jackknife doing? Whoa there, bud. Whoa. What are you doing? I've never seen it do that before. That's so weird. Where am I in relation to you? Wrong place. So... oh, there it is. Okay. By the way. Alright, we could probably put the helicopter up now. Ring 2. Yippee! Go ahead and return the Ibis. I can't purchase one. If I purchase one, I only have 3 remaining. What is the value of AFB6? It's more than the value of that, so that would be probably... Let's go ahead and pull a cricket. We'll do a little bit of proper gameplay here. Oh, look at them. They're over there in the chat room, coordinating and whatnot. It's so cute. Probably shouldn't run into the air traffic control tower. There we go. Alright, what do we got? Number 1, Linebreaker APC. You have vision open. He's also about to cross that corner. There are 2 Ifrits coming in from the south. That's mildly terrifying, but okay. Someone else is going to get that kill before I do. No, it's me. Boop. There's an Ifrit right in front of me, Smile. Hi there, how's it going? Direct question mark? Direct question mark 2? Maybe... Alright, let's go back to base. Should give us a little bit of money supply there. That munitions truck is definitely going to eat it, right? 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 Maybe not? Possibly? Potentially? There we go. Fantastic. Over here. A little bit of overcorrection there. Right. Wait, stop. Very good. That away. Successful sorting 39-3. Nice. Rank 4. Hell yeah. Alright. I'm currently plotting my next action here. I'm very tempted to take one of these and run up the hill there. Well, or I could just take an effort out and I could just start shooting down planes. It's also an equally valid goal that I can do. Turn that. No. Purchase this. Take out some scythes. Yep. We'll just take the effort out and we'll shoot down some planes. I'm warming up to the effort quite a lot. In fact, I think it's actually... I know, like, oh, you know, haha, man enjoys F-22 analog plane, but, like, it is very quickly becoming my favorite. Someone else is doing the thing that I want to do already. There he goes. I have not touched the F-35 analog at all. I haven't touched it even a little bit. Maybe I should have done what I initially had intended to do instead. I was thinking about dropping a, how do I put this? I was thinking about coming up on the mountains and dropping an anti-air placement and then bringing up a munitions crate to it. Which probably would have been a really good idea, actually. It's just, it would have taken so long, I don't know if it would have mattered. Yeah, maybe they like toss the shadow lances over there, don't they? It's over there. Oh, it's the ship and the radar. Yeah, in typical fashion, the moment I bust out the Ifrit, there's suddenly no other targets to fight. Hello. I can be up full though. Oh, hi. Hopefully the SAMs that I drop down, coupled with all the other existing defenses, will be enough to take it out. But I have a feeling that some of those are going to get destroyed. Third unit. A helipad died, perhaps? Seems like that might have been it. It did look like some things got damaged, though. But primarily the helipad is not taking off. Okay. Unit 3.4, yippee. I'm a little concerned that it says capture airbase, but we've already captured this airbase. So... okay, we're good. We're cool, everything's fine. Let's bust out one of these, now that I have the ability to. Already... oh, come on, man. I don't mean to alarm anybody, but bad things are happening right now. Come on. Come on. So it looks like we're launching nuclear weapons at them. Interesting. Let's go ahead and see if we can reinforce this airbase as well before it becomes a problem. Which is, I suspect, going to be very soon. That's very concerning. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. And it's slowly approaching the airbase that I am trying to desperately reinforce. Come on. I think probably the position of the munitions pile doesn't matter that much. In the grand scheme of things, I doubt that it's going to make a huge difference. There it is, okay. So that airbase has some defenses. Turn that. I know that I didn't reinforce the one. I'm not going to make a big deal of it. Okay. Did you fire a bunch of sights into a Shard-class corvette? That is a weird thing to do. I'm going to teach you how to kill this thing. One moment. Come on. Oh, come on. I'll teach you how to kill this stupid thing. Off. The Hay-Rads aren't really going to do it either. Oh no, he's already dead. Oh, the Hay-Rads actually did do it. My apologies. I did not know your game. I sincerely apologize for underestimating you, sir. Well, if that's the case, then... we'll, over here and we'll see if we can bust this airbase down. I've grown to... the reason why I'm really liking the Ifrit is because it's good at air-to-air stuff, and you can dive bomb things. And dive bombing is very, very effective. That's what I learned. Past the release point, that's fine. We're gonna dive bomb him. Oh, did he do it too? Oh, shit. Interesting. It's not quite a dive bomb. Probably close enough, though. Some of those should hit. Just slow it down a little bit here. There it is. Yeah, if it goes fast, goes high. You can go up to like 15,000 kilometers altitude or more. With a bunch of bombs, pull down and just kill everything. What a cricket. Hi there. As we'll do the more, well, I can't say it's the intended role, but it is supposed to be a fighter as well. If it has some multi-role capability, I should probably do the thing that I should be doing. Now, let's try not to take a shot down by a cricket. He did his best, though. He tried. It's 12-7 is 12-7. It's not exactly. Was it 12-7 or 7-6-2? No, it's 12-7, right? Not breaking the bank or anything with that level of ordnance on the cricket, but I probably shouldn't have let him shoot at me. Uh-oh, what's going on there? Tuscos. Helipad, aircraft revetment. Yeah. There's more coming up. Intercept him. You can do it. I believe in you. That's what I put you there for. Oh, and failed. And they missed. And my AAs were destroyed along with the munitions crate. So all of that effort was just destroyed. Rest in peace. I have to do it again since they keep coming after this one. It's not quite air brake here. Perfect landing. Literally a perfect landing in every way. That's how you do your base and final, right? That's how you pilot things? 100%. Yeah. Okay. Let's try this again. He's a little bit too hard. Once again, a little bit too hard there. I thought that was getting a little weird with the controls on third person. It was kind of doing something weird. Like it was locked, my throttle almost seemed like it was locked into an upper position when it was zeroed out on my end. So that one I think was not me, to some extent. Although some of it was my fault for sure. Some of it was also not me. Choke on water. Sorry about that. Just in time for a Tesco to get intercepted too. Really? Really? Oh my god, we can't put another thing there because it's gotten... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Why didn't you intercept it? What the hell? I was like, okay, there's 2 anti-aircraft vehicles there. They're all capable of intercepting missiles. There's no way they're gonna let that Tusk go through. Then they proceed to let the Tusk go through. What? What are you doing? Ooh, not good. Right. My mistake. A little bit too fast. Oh, they already killed them all anyways. Let's do a altitude different bombing run, maybe. Or rather, let's see if we can pull off a high altitude different bombing run before this airbase gets sacked by more Tescos coming out from those dark reaches. A little bit slower this time, too. Let's get some altitude here. I'm going to politely ask that shard to come over in this direction. So I tossed some Ash cruise missiles. I have a feeling that most of these are going to get intercepted though. Yeah, pretty much the whole wave is going to go. A couple of them are going to slip through, maybe? Nope. One of them hit the radar. Huh? So the Shadow Lances should be out. Wow. So let's do... Hangar. We're stalling. Willpower. There we go. What else is over there? Oh, it's a Medusa doing similar stuff. Alright, 14 targets. I have 12. So that's what the factory is. Turn the radar off. I just remembered that I had that stupid thing on. Another wave of ashes coming in. But the Medusa isn't jamming anything this time, so I don't know. Okay, bud, settle down. Where did you even get that many nukes to begin with? Who did it? Where are they coming from? Oh, is this an AI response, is what's happening? Settle down. Oh, fuck. And I did it again. It feels a little scummy though at the same time. Like it's a cool maneuver, but it's just so easy to do because the RCS of this vehicle is just so low that you can kind of do whatever you want. You know? There's not really a whole lot that the AI can do to stop me if I want to do that. I have a lot of air units coming out of that areas right now. It's a pile driver wave. The pile driver wave should actually wipe that base out at this point, because the pile driver wave shouldn't really have anything that can resist it at this point. I just took out all of the, at the time, visible enemy anti-air stuff, so should be good there. I'm a little bit nervous about the fact that there's 2 pile driver TBMs coming in. I should be able to land and stop and get out before they blow up the base. Excuse me. Or maybe not. Should I do this? Probably not. You can get out of there real fast. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Okay, we're good. Ah, there it is. Perfect timing. And yeah, the whole island is wiped out, with the exception of one hardened aircraft shelter, oddly enough. That is incredibly funny. Thank you for that. Yeah, dark creatures are a problem. If they're allowed to run without being destroyed, they cause problems, so many problems. You really have to intercept those things, or they'll do stuff like that. Just wipe out all of your stuff. Ashes are coming out over here. Everything's being blown up over here. Not a whole heck of a lot left at this point. Oh, okay, this one. Ouch. Oh, I spit my tongue there. Yeah. Yippee. Oh, oh. A little overactive there. Really need to slow down when it comes down to airfield operations here. Getting a little crazy. What are we, 3 shipping right now? Is that what's going on? Yeah, pretty much. Oh, we should have brought some anti-air with me. Or at least more than the 2 IRs that I have. That compass is probably going to be the biggest problem to deal with. Let's go ahead and immediately see if we can kill that IR there. To be careful, those helicopters are actually very scary. And I'm gonna ram into the ground. Nope. Actually, shockingly... No, I just destroyed my propeller doing that. Whoopsie daisy. Well done.
Stall. Lower gear.
My bad. Slight error was made. Oops. Let's do... No anti-air, or anti-air, excuse me. Oh, shh. It would be nice if you had intercepted those. I'm assuming he can kill him, but I'm also now questioning whether he can. Kinda getting the vibe he maybe can't. There we go. That'll do it. Oh, please don't do that. It's a long shot, but we'll see what happens. He terrained it. Well played. Well played. I'm out of IR. Shoot! There we go. Nope. Chase it. Chase it. Chase it. Come on. A little bit better, please. I got a couple hits in. Friend over here wants to play. Oops. Wrong direction. He's over here. Where are you? You're gonna do better than me, I suspect. Nope. Ah, shit. Ooh. Yikes. That was bad. That was bad. Alright, I have not used 19 in a hot minute. Chicane might be better. I haven't used this thing in a while. Yippee! Got a shard over there, suppressing everybody. I don't think the amount of AGMs I have would get through, but could try. Okay, well done, well done. That's a little concerning. Eye out. Why did you do that? It's because I had these settings wrong. Oopsies. Got him anyways. Correct, nerd. Alright. Now this cannon, I've noticed, is actually really good at anti-aircraft. Oh, he's dead. Oh, we got him. Nice. This thing has automatically set trying to think of the term. It has a range detonation, which it seems to do automatically, so it just kind of blows up near the craft. There we go, and just did. Yeah, I tried. He's dead. Okay. This is a primary weapon too? Gun's a gun. My brawler's better than your brawler. You're gonna learn a hard lesson here in a moment. Here we go. One good shot's all I need. Challenger. wrecked. Alright, what's R2B? I did what I came here to do. Tactical nuclear weapons are cleared for deployment. Yeah, the 57mm cannon, very cool. Shockingly really good for anti-aircraft. Or perhaps unsurprisingly, maybe. Pretty decent at killing things on ground, too. But it's much funnier to blow up planes with it. Just the fact that it has that range burst kind of changes the thing a little bit. Though having said that, I don't know if I've ever seen it actually, like, when it flak bursts, I don't know if I've seen it actually damage anything doing that, so I don't know. Is this not... Excuse me. I've got, like, something stuck in my throat. You go the wrong way. I messed up? I think I did, yeah. I'm supposed to go over there. That's fine, I'll come over here. It's unfortunate, but it's my mistake, so. So we had a bunch of people on crickets, which is cool. Like I said, I enjoy the cricket. It's like a cool plane. I like the concept of it. Of it being just like the cheapest plane you could possibly manufacture that can carry, AGMs, some short-range high-arch missiles and whatnot. Like, it's a cool idea. Because what, the United States used, I think, P-51 Mustangs and stuff, and I think it was a Mustang in like, Korea? Would have been. And if it works, it works. We had jet planes by then, but if something's good at close air support, you might as well use it. Or at least if it can be used in that manner. Successful story. That was a successful story. Rank 4, hell yeah. Alright, New York courses, yeah. Thank you, Guitar Man. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was pretty sure that was a thing that was being done. But yeah, not in, like, a larger capacity. What do I think needs to be done right now? Well, one thing I will say is this. Terrifying. One thing I will say is this. The next phase, when they hit strategic, what tends to happen is they fire a large volley of cruise missiles and whatnot. So let's see about dropping some AA vehicles here. Quickly, we're gonna spam some of these out just to see if we can maybe prevent it from being blown up instantaneously. Because the AI will drop a bunch of nukes of their own volition when that happens. It can be good to be a little bit more prepared. Sure, that guy got spooked for a moment. These things are pretty spry though, they can move around real fast. Let's pull out... That's the wrong thing. Munitions container and a SAM. Yeah, it's interesting that they have a... What the heck is that? Interesting that they have a queuing system for reserves, but they don't have a queuing system for this. So we're going to drop this here, then we're going to put a munitions container in the middle. And we'll get back to doing other things. Ouch. Too hard on that. Fantastic. This way. That's probably not going to be enough to stop the wave, but it should help quite a lot. Decibel Highway is just a really good forward position to have, so I'd hate for it to get wrecked immediately. We'll drop 2 more. It'll make me feel better. Still not quite. There we go.
Rear right engine failure.
Oopsies. Oh, yeah, that's just gone now. We don't need that. That's fine. We don't need that. Come on. Come on, you don't need it. It's a crutch. Maybe don't do that. Who needs 4 engines on a quad-rotor? I mean, come on. Just in the nick of time, too. Just in the nick of time. Alright, go ahead and return that. We'll sell the Brawler. We're gonna... I can requisition this as well. Sides. We're gonna pull... Normally I wouldn't do this, but... Yeah, totally over-designed. You know how engineers are always talking about redundancy and whatnot. This is why I wanted those extras scimitars, because we're gonna see if we can intercept some of these before they blow everything up. Alright. So, those are standard, there's a 20 kiloton there. These are heading somewhere. Not as many of them as I would have expected there to be. Actually, surprisingly lenient, all things considered. Alright, let's see if we can kill some of these. You can do it, I believe in you. Just AGMs. One of those is my arms. One goes, no go. Do they? You're gonna miss, aren't you? Yeah, they all missed. They are kind of hard to shoot down, unfortunately. Well, we'll do what we can.
Stall.
You'll be fine. Nope, that's the wrong way. Hold on. Like so.
Stall.
Yes, yes. Whatever. Close enough. Can he notch it in time? Yes. Looks like he can. No? He did not. Oh, the IRA replacement killed him. Okay, that's, you know, that's whatever. It's fine, it's just my job. Yeah, surprisingly, not a lot of nuclear cruise missiles came out with that one. I expected more. Alright, you. Let's see what we can do. On me right now, but I'm G'ing out. I think I got him. Okay. Whatever works. Kill's a kill. Alright, let's go rearm. Technically, I should be able to rearm here. There's a munitions bunker. Oh boy, our nuclear missiles did a lot of damage. Their nuclear missiles did not. Good for us, bad for them. Oops. Shot a little bit here. That's fine. We'll flip it around. There's a lot of vehicles in a place where I would like there to be no vehicles. This might not go well, actually. This was a mistake. Okay. I was gonna land on the runway, but then someone looked to be on there. I wanted to see if I could do the other thing, and then someone was there too. They wouldn't set a chain reaction. Yeah, it would be cool if they did. We got it this time. It's not going on the runway. It's a little off-road cross-country work here. There we go. Probably would have been faster for me to just go to the airbase that I came from instead of doing this, but fine. Cool. Can I get through here without crashing? Probably. Oh, hi. All right. Radar on. What do we got going on in the world today? Are there even air targets at all? Did I just waste my time? It actually looks like I may have. Nope, there's an air target. There's an air target right there. How did I end up with two? Because I had previously selected. That's a missile. That's a trench. And he's already dead. Oh, he got messed up by the chicane. Well played. They are firing RMS-2 at... The thing I hate about having all this ordnance on outer pylons for the Ifrit is it increases the radar cross section so high that you're constantly getting pinged by enemy radar all the time. Doing a dive bomb over here with a 250. That might be a little much, and it got destroyed anyways. Failed on 1,672 G impact. Good to know, I guess. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that message. I guess if you dive bomb a 250 kiloton nuke too hard, it actually destroys it before it can fuse. That's incredibly funny. Oh boy. I think you're having some rough times over there, man. He's going in for another one. Did he learn his lesson from last time? Yeah, he's doing it a little bit different. However, I have a sneaking suspicion that unless you've destroyed all of the AA there, which you clearly have not, it might get shot down. Let's see what happens. Oh, there it goes. Yep. Fair enough. I can't believe you splashed a nuke so hard it just destroyed it. That's so funny. This game can be kind of hilariously realistic when it wants to. Alright, let's go ahead and trade in for a loadout that's a little bit more useful. So I don't think that I can eat scimitars until... Oh, nope, there it is. Never mind, next phase. Well, it's just 6 Gs, you'll be fine. Alright. Your iron missiles even come this high? Because the thing is, I can probably outspeed them. Yeah, watch over here on the left. And it's gone. Yeah, there's no way. Oh, we got the vortex. We got the other vortex. Did we get the Medusa? The Medusa killed it. Well played. As a reward for your valiant efforts, here's 2 more. That's an RH. Closer. Yeah. Do that one just in case. They don't like me very much. Get out of here. Nope, let's not get out of here. There's a tarantula. Bye. Did I or did I not target? Oh, the tarantula already died apparently. We're gonna head back to base. Man.
Stall.
Oops, that's the wrong one? Oops. Yeah, what happened there is I accidentally had my radar jammer selected instead of IRs. So I was going to try and wait until until close to the last window to get rid of it, but then I had the wrong thing selected, so I was just kind of screwed at that point. That was a misplay. I have no one to blame but myself for my mistakes. let's a little bit of quick cleanup here. Looks like they're doing quite a bit of cleanup themselves, actually. Wah, 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 wah. Where's my target indicator? I see that they're right in front of me.
Raise gear.
The game is being... Okay, there it is. Was I just not seeing it before? Maybe I just couldn't find it because I'm blind. Probably shouldn't have done this, but whatever. Not blazed. Each match does last quite a while. It depends on the mission, and it depends on how many people you have. If you're on like a multiplayer server, I'm on a dedicated server that I just randomly joined. You know, 8 to 16 players. These like the full-scale escalation match, which is what this is, they'll last a little bit longer. But the well played. It's just all of it, huh? All right. Very well then. But yeah, this is like the full-scale campaign style. Other ones would be a little bit shorter or longer, depending on how it's set up. If you're on like a PvE server that's doing with this escalation map, and it has the full, like, well, not full, but if it has like 32 players, then yeah, you're gonna find that the matches can be very, very short. So it just depends. Oh boy, let's not do that. So yeah, it just depends. And then, of course, I'm sure there are all kinds of, like, custom-made, you know, player-edited missions and whatnot. Yeah, like anything, you know, like DCS and, you know, VTOL VR and stuff. There's mission editors that you can set up and, you know, create various triggers, and I'm sure those all have differently. So, yeah, it really just depends. I think 32 players on this particular mission, the full nuclear escalation style thing, I think these tend to be like 30 to 60 minutes is how long it'll go at the most. You don't need to stick around for the full thing though. It's not really an issue if you have to like drop out early, you know. But if you have like 8 to 16, then it can definitely go for an hour or two, depending on how good you guys are. But like I said, you can drop in and drop out as needed. You can even, like, if you have to quit match and you're gonna be gone the rest, you can actually donate all the money that you've made. So it's not really an issue. Careful there, man. Okay, put that up. What do we have? I think it's just the plane. Someone said they're gonna drop a nuke on the ship. But, everybody is going out to see who can kill the carrier first, basically. Slam it. Off we go. Try not to kill myself. There we go. 93 second try. I mean, unless it gets intercepted, which is more likely to be. If everybody else fails to get the carrier fleet, oh, they are jamming the whole thing. It's going to be a different story then. Oh, he's going to ASH him before they even get a chance, though. So it really doesn't matter. And the whole team just wants them dead. Another cruise missile swarm. I thought they were intercepting most of the ordnance. I'll show them how it's done. Nope, those are the GPOs. It's done. Yeah, there's no way. And it's still alive. Much to my surprise. Would have been nice to have been able to get that off, but it is what it is. It's a little abusive. Because you can pull on the Ifrit. It's so stealthy. You can put a bunch of GPO 500s or whatever on it. Or not, I'm sorry, not GPO 500s. You can put a bunch of, use your words. What am I thinking of? You can put a bunch of the 125s, I think it is, or whatever. You get like 6 of them. And then if you pair it with a 250 kiloton, then if you do a dive bomb from like 10, and you go down, not giving them too much speed that you can apparently you can smash a 250 kiloton nuke into the ground so fast that it just doesn't even detonate, as I've learned. But if you can get that off and you do all that, with the additional 125s or whatever, the 6 to help obfuscate and give air, any air that actually fires back, which it usually tends to have a problem doing it at a certain vertical height. They tend to be a little bit limited in that respect. So if you, especially if you're doing it on a single target like a carrier, if you come in from that high, I don't think they can even actually physically intercept the bombs to begin with. So it's a pretty much guaranteed nuke. Which it's fun, but it is a little abusive, I would say. It has problems, right? Makes it a little bit too easy. Sometimes you have to be careful about doing that in games, you know? Use strategies that completely defeat the AI's ability to respond. It can get a little bit dull. But it is really fun. I won't deny that. I think it'd be more fun to do a 1.25 kiloton with the parachute. So you come in like low pass, if you can like skim the surface of the water, drop the 125, let it parachute behind you or whatever. If you could kill a carrier doing that without dying in the process, that would be really cool. That would actually take some effort, as opposed to going to 10 kilometer and then just dive bombing. Yeah, I wondered if maybe I should have just taken a compass or something with some... excuse me. A compass with some anti-air ordnance and maybe shot it. That's the weird thing about this map, is that when you start it out, you immediately get attacked by like 10 planes and helicopters. Let's just go. Some of these probably will not succeed for various reasons. I expect a lot of those to get intercepted, but we'll see if some of them go through. Some of them are going through. Call that good. And everybody else has IR ordnance. They don't need me to do that. LCB died too. Huh? Two tarantulas. Stand by. This probably won't hit, but if it does, fantastic. If it doesn't, Oh, that was another MBT died. I think someone else finished it off, so I got partial credit. Another thing I like about this game is that it take a lot of things into account. Like, if you damage something and someone else kills it, you still get partial credit, so you still get a little bit of money for doing it. I'm sure there's like a health bar. It's probably percentage based. Who did what amount of percentage of damage, you get paid accordingly. But like, some developers wouldn't think to do stuff like that, so it's always nice to see that kind of thing. And then, you know, the other thing is, and I always say this when I play games like this, but this isn't like the prettiest game. The textures aren't like, you know, it's not like every texture is 4K texture or something. Which is great because texture file sizes tend to be what kill you more than anything, right? Like, the 3D models are just... 3D models are just, like, they're polygons. They are, you know... It's like if you draw a square on a piece of paper, it's basically what a 3D model is, right? It's a bunch of points with lines connecting them, and then a plane drawn between those lines is basically what a 3D model is. It doesn't, like, it takes power to process, but textures and, you know, various other effects, that's where it tends to hurt, as far as I'm aware. Granted, this isn't my, like, field of expertise, but I've dabbled a little bit. So that's my understanding, is that, at least these days, the killer tends to be, for performance, more things like textures, calculations, and various like, visual effects, as opposed
VRS.
to, you know, oopsies, it was a little hard. You know, 3D models, you generally want to keep them as clean and optimized as possible. You want to cull them when you're not looking directly at them. You do LEDs, which is level of details. This game doesn't have like the prettiest textures in the world. It doesn't need it. It really doesn't. It's a pretty looking game regardless. So, and I like seeing games that understand that they don't need to do that. I need you. Re. Let me in. Let me in. There we go. Gotta wait for the RPMs. Please don't kill me. Okay, we're good. We're good. Genuine concern. This is a good spot, right? Drop a little bit of additional air defense for the airfield so it doesn't get bombed out of existence. There's a lot of stuff going on over there. Maybe don't do that. Fired at something. Yeah, we're cooking now. Look at all that free money. Brings a tear to my eye. Can I, oh, I pressed the button. Okay. That was my fault. Return that. Requisition this. We're going to pull out an AFV6. Keep the fuel down to 25. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, let's do this instead. Jackknife. Munitions container. Okay, why don't we speed it up a little bit? Alright, let's do... Yikes. Oh, that's concerning. God, I love those wingtip. I don't know if I've really taken a look at those before, but I love that they have wingtip lights. Or I shouldn't call them wingtip lights in this context, they'd be blade tips, but... Alright, bud, calm yourself. Feel free to shoot down the helicopter, too. You know, you're filling up to it. No pressure. Well, I have to move this. That track for this game is actually pretty good. That's some really good stuff. And when I looked at the thing, it hadn't got claimed or anything, so that was good too. I have to worry about that kind of thing, unfortunately. Oh, that's awkward. They destroyed the Greyhounds. Already doing its job. Oh, that's not good. Well, I tried. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. An attempt was made. We're gonna deliver some jackknives over there to see if we can repair that. I wish there weren't nukes, that would have been awkward. I hate the auto. I hate the way that this vehicle automatically sets its pivots. Because sometimes it does weird stuff like that, where I want to go forward and it's still pointing up. I know I can do it manually, and I have that set up, but I don't feel like it. But the way it does it automatically can be a little odd sometimes. Heck yeah. Better munitions, that actually has ammo. Oh, there are jackknives over here already. Apparently. Well, we're gonna need them again, so. Ooh, rest in peace. They hit them, but they didn't do enough damage to the hardened stuff, so. Free kill for me? How are you struggling so much to kill that guy? It's just freely launching IRMs constantly and not killing it at all. There it
Raise
is.
gear. Stall.
Honestly, what would be cool as a post-launch feature, something that there's a hold on. There's a game out there. It's a spaceship game. It was one of the early. So there's a genre of games that are like. I'm trying to think of the official terminology for it. It's There might not be an official terminology for it, but there are those games where you have like a single player and an RTS element, and then their combat and all that stuff is primarily handled by other real players. So you have that mixed element of you have someone on a commander level who's playing the game almost like an RTS, and then you have everybody else playing under those people. And there's a game out there, and it was a Microsoft game. It was from the early 2000s or the late 90s, one of the two, probably the early 2000s. And it was something that started with an A. It was a spaceship game that played like that. And it's bothering me. It's actually really bothering me now. I think it even got put on Steam at some point, maybe, recently. Or maybe it didn't. I know it got rebooted, but I think there's like 10 people who play it. It's a really cool game. Man. But anyways, that kind of idea would be really cool for games like this, to have someone on a commander level who's doing like base building, running convoys and stuff like that, or maybe you give them various automations so that it's easier for them to do it, obviously. But on the whole, turning that over to the player to make them make those determinations and figure out what's like tactically viable. Maybe you have a logistics chain where you grab a factory and then you have to make sure that like a tarantula can, you have an AI tarantula or you have player tarantulas bring cargo containers over to a base or something, and that gives you like funding for the faction, because there's a concept of it over here. Faction funds. I'm sure that plays in somehow. I don't know what I don't know what the developers intend to do in the long run, but I could definitely see this game being a great framework for creating what's this? Oh god. Yeah, that'll do it. I could definitely see this game working well in that manner. It's just someone has to actually do it, you know. And you can control... I've done this a couple times. I did that just now when I moved... Not just now, but just a little bit ago when I moved one of the Greyhounds over closer to the munitions palette. There's all kinds of ways to do... Not all kinds of ways. You can control AI to a limited extent. So with that in mind... It would be really cool if they at some point in time adopt that kind of element so you can have an RTS end player experience, but that would be a lot of work, and I won't deny that. That would take a lot of time and effort on their parts to get a system like that going. Okay, that helicopter, this one might evade. That one, maybe? That one's dead, that one's alive, that one I think I hit. Tarman, have a commander that actually sets target for ICBMs and such and can mobilize and set targets for... Yeah, exactly. And, you know, build out the convoys, maybe have like presets or something where you say, I want a convoy, I want it to have these things in it, and I want it to go to this location as ground targets. Setting up like logistical routes, determining where the ICBMs go, when they go, having like AI Medusa units go up and you can have them help jam for the players so the players don't necessarily have to do it themselves. There's all kinds of things that you could kind of wrap into that sort of layer of gameplay to make it interesting. And honestly, if you wanted to take it even a step further, if you look at like what Arma 3 does, and I'm sure Arma 4 would probably do this to some extent too, they have a layer that's like that, but it's a game master role, and that's something that allows you to create dynamic campaigns in Arma 3 by literally having a player do that and create things for other players to actually do. And stuff like that would also be really cool in this genre of having these like military fight sim, military games. But there's not really a lot of people doing that except for Arma 3 and the RTS, and that sort of like hybrid RTS, FPS, TPS, you know, whatever genre, you know, the natural selections of the world and stuff. There's not a lot of games like that, so... Which is kind of disappointing, because they are cool, but they also do tend to not do terribly well, I guess. Although in saying that, the people who made Natural Selection then went on to make Subnautica, so... I guess it was a good catapult for them. Go up a little bit, I was not paying attention. I press the Windows key, no. Okay. Yeah, I would say that was a successful sortie. 64, that sounds good. Alright, so... Oh, that's not great. Revoker. Rebelker, I hardly know her. Still gotta do. That dude likes crickets, because I swear, every time I look at him, he's in a cricket. He really likes his crickets. I'm waiting to see what happens with these so that I don't spawn an Ifrit and then die instantaneously. Intercept. Very good, very good, very good. Full interception. Very nice. No, what am I doing? No, oh, nice. Oh, there's a dark reach there. That'll explain a few things as well. I think military-like games and shooters are where a lot of devs start, because in programming sense it's much easier, as a lot of the functionality encoded in existing resource areas and the assets are easier to come across from visuals. I would say that that's probably accurate to some extent. It's one of those things where it's a known quantity. So if I want to make say, a plane game like this, physics is physics. I know what planes are supposed to do functionally. I don't have to make it up. It does what it's meant to do. He's gonna die. There's another dark reach back there. That is but yeah, like, there are certain physical constraints in the world, so you know mathematically what those are supposed to look like. You have a general idea, so that makes that a little bit easier. Whereas if, like, you're gonna make a spaceship game, you're kind of just making it up as you go. If you're gonna make, like, a hero shooter, you have some general concept of what that's supposed to look like, but you kind of have to figure out how to make your gameplay fun and exciting. Figure out, what kind of movement's the right kind of movement, what breaks the game too much, things like that. So there's a lot of challenges there. Not to say there's not challenges with this too, but you kind of get what I'm saying, where, I know that the aircraft should be able to pull such and such amount of G's before it becomes a problem, and I set up my scales so that, they're moving at certain speeds, and yada yada, all that stuff. And then, as you say, there's a lot of real-world equipment out there, and there's a lot of people who are aficionados of that kind of thing, especially in gaming. There's a lot of people who love military equipment, and they know everything about, all these different planes, and the capabilities, all these vehicles, what the interiors look like, how they function, and they watch airshow videos. So, on some personal level, they already have a lot of interest, and they already kind of know, like, what they're supposed to be able to do, and they have a good head. And I think that's why games like this and VTOL VR exist, where you have these, like, really, really small count developers, like 1 or 2 people, who are making games like this because they were able to get... they don't have to have, like, AAA or the meme quadruple A level of, like, texture and model quality. They can create something that's just, like, it's good enough that it looks good, and then you can make up for it in other areas. Oh boy. One moment. What's wrong over here? The hard-known constraints for military types of game in modern historical eras, and there's upscaling to near future tech. It's easy there too, because you can just scale your performance parameters for equipment, weapons, and margins. Well, and the other thing is, this is a near future game, but the near future in this game is basically they have laser weapons, like directed energy weapons. Directed energy weapons are like a priority research area for, world militaries for probably the next few decades. because yeah, if you can have a laser beam that can trash a missile or some other thing from a distance, you know, you don't have to worry about creating an extremely expensive and, you know, logistically demanding missile that is like hyper capable and has the onboard capabilities to track and intercept targets. You can just point a laser beam at something and then just ablate it until it explodes or it becomes effectively incapable of doing its intended role. There goes the airport, rest in peace. So even this game's like near future it has a little bit more. Most of the aircraft are on some level like stealthy. That's not great. You know, stuff like that. High capability, high maneuverability. Just kind of a no-brainer. And then you have directed energy weapons, and they're not like super fantastic. They're like more realistic approximations of like the next 10 years of directed energy weapon development. So there's stuff like that too. But yeah, we're between this game and VTOL VR, you're getting a lot more of these styles of games and developers proving that, like, yeah, you can replicate or, you know, make your own versions of existing, you know, kit bash together. Because, like, this plane's a kit bash, basically, of, like, an SU series plane and an F-22 and whatnot. I mean, you can do stuff like that, and it's legally distinct enough, and even then, you might not have any legal problems if you try to recreate the aircraft anyways. I don't know what the state of that is. There's some weird legalities when it comes to, like, you know, public military vehicles and stuff like that. But that probably doesn't apply to all countries anyways. So, you know, the assets are safe, you know what to use, you know what kind of mission parameters they're going to have, because you just base it off of real life. And then, okay, what do I do for fun and exciting gameplay? How do I make this work? And, like, this is what this should look like. Overall, just make it like this. And you've got a pretty winning scenario. But then I would say, like, yeah, take it a step further, and you can create a, you know, an RTS first-person hybrid where you have players doing both roles, and then you can add even more fun and joy to that. But that's, again, a lot of time and effort for developers, so I don't fault them for not being able to do it necessarily. But it is nice to see that more people are kind of leaning into these ideas, and we're starting to see more of it. And plus, VR is pretty accessible as well these days. I think that you can... I think if you have, like, a Unity game, you know, any modder can... Well, maybe not any modder for any game per se, but modders can just kind of plug in... We good? Uh-oh. Whatever was over there, the AI really wanted to not be there. Alright, this Medusa needs to go. It actually might have already been go, but... No. Yes. I think... if you have, like, a Unity game, I think you can just kind of plug in those kinds of features fairly easily. Don't quote me on that. You can kind of make it work. Did you just destroy my IR missile? Oh, he's gone. Someone got him, I think, other than me. Yeah, the revoker got him. Okay. It's just been revoked. Have one of these, and then when you defeat that... Yeah, there it is. Have one of these. It was worth a shot. Radar off. He's gone. Yeah. I'm pretty sure someone's already shooting at him, but tarantula. Don't mind if I do. Oh, what's down there? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What? Oh, I got the tarantula. Pee. Mine now. You know, there's a great... I feel like naval combat, more than other types of games, suffers. And the really funny thing about that, we're gonna rant 3.0 here. There is a game series out there that is, in my opinion, the perfect blueprint for a naval combat game that you can make in a more arcadey, or you can step it up a little bit to like this level of like half arcade, half realistic. There's a game series out there from the PS2 era called Naval Action. And the whole thing is you do missions and you get parts and you make money, and then you do research with the money, and you buy parts, and you can fully custom, you buy a hull for a ship. They give you a bunch of various like preset hulls, various different styles, and there's like also like double battleships, so you can have like two traditional World War II style battleship like directly connected to one another. It's almost like a catamaran style or double catamaran or whatever. And then you can put basically whatever you want on top of them. You can have like a battleship that has a giant railgun on the front and a bunch of cruise missiles in the back. If you have a PS2 and you're into like that kind of retro stuff, or you acquire and play these games however you choose to, it's your world, you do whatever you want in it, right? The Naval Action series is really good. It's one of my childhood favorites because it's the perfect level of giving you the player a lot of control over doing like really fun and interesting things. And it's also kind of a little bit of a silly game franchise too, because it's Japanese developers, so they, especially back then, there was a lot of like, humor and stuff. But it's a really cool series. I think people should make more games like that, but it is what it is. I wonder if that game franchise, if they made a new one, how that would do today. I wonder about that. Honestly, you could probably make that into a roguelike too. Be fairly successful in that. Let me think. Let's do a PAB 125 run here. Should I give them GPOs too? Probably necessary. 250s maybe? Nah. What I wanted to do is, there's a lot of, you know what? We're gonna bust out. One or two. We'll go one on this one. I'm gonna see if I can pop this fleet down. Oopsies. Also, I guess I could just take off on these. Let's see if we can pull off a nuke dive bomb here. Take out some of these. We might be too close to the shore though, that might be a little bit difficult. What's this called again? Dark Reach is over there. I haven't done a Dark Reach in a while. I like the Dark Reach, but it's another... The Dark Reach is another vehicle in this game that I feel is a little close to abusive, because you can run so much ordnance on a Dark Reach that the game really can stop you. And in my opinion, it starts to become a little bit of a problem. But it is really fun. I can't deny that. I think that's kind of my big... My one complaint about this game is it can be a little bit too easy to, as a single player, kind of overwhelm enemy defenses. Just because if you launch, 60 bombs at someone, there's not a whole heck of a lot they can do about it. Real high. This is gonna be my one nuke dive bomb of the day, I think. Just because I wanted to do one on stream, since I did one in practice yesterday. I did, and I feel so bad. I did the most beautiful of what I'm about to do here, the most beautiful one against a carrier. And someone was like, darn, that was a nice drop. I even got a compliment for it. Someone watched me do it. Ah, such a beautiful maneuver. Huh. That's surprising. There it is. I want you to know that this is deeply personal because you keep shooting these at me. It's kind of annoying. There we go. Am I gonna get it in time? Ah, shoot. Fair enough. Ooh, they might be able to intercept. Don't intercept, come on! No, they can go straight up. Eh? There we go. I can't see anything. That's cool. I mean, I died in the process, but at least it functioned correctly, so, I'm surprised that one hit me, because I thought I was actually going to be able to avoid it. Tragic. We got two of them. But yeah, that's why I say that that maneuver is a little bit strong. Although, surprisingly, they were able to kind of resist it a little bit. I hadn't actually expected that. I didn't think that they were going to be able to fire back or fire directly upwards at those. So they're a little bit more capable of resisting it than I expected them to be, but not enough in the end. Better look next time. Yeah, try to avoid doing that too much though. I'll will probably be the only time I do it, just because, like I said. So, like, if I had done that from the side, all of those would have been intercepted for sure. But because I did it the way I did it, there's nothing they can do to stop me. It's a freebie, basically. Boom. The boy. I can kill this cricket at least. What's your deal? Is he dying? It doesn't look like he's dying. Looks like he's doing pretty well, actually. One of those might be headed for me. Yep, there it is. We gonna get him in one? And he's gone. So that Dark Reach is definitely gonna die, because I don't think he's gonna be able to notch that in time. What the heck are those? What are those? There's missiles. They're still weirdly alive looking. Oh, he just launched a whole bunch of more ordnance. That's not great. Unfortunate. Hi there. I'm going to space, huh? Not if I can help it. Huh? Okay. I wasn't necessarily expecting that to hurt, so. Like the Hogshead. All that a successful sortie. Is that a different Medusa? Sure that missile got trashed into the water there. I hope that the AI Medusa is actually capable of using the laser to intercept munitions. I like that the Medusa has a high energy laser on the front that it can use to shoot down missiles. It is very hard to use though, because you have to be willing to commit face first into your opponent. which is a hard thing to do because you have the choice of notching it and then hitting the jammer, or you go face first. I'm going to laser beam this thing to death and hope that it works out in my favor. Requires a lot of guts, and in some cases the correct circumstances as well. I've definitely had times where someone fired a radar missile at me when I was like at a 45-degree offset, and it's like, okay, which do I do? Do I do one or do I do the other? And then I end up dying because I didn't make it in time. Where are we at? Why are we struggling so much? I feel like we should be a lot further on in progress, but I wonder if maybe the server pop might have dumped a little bit. So there's line breakers here. Oh, we don't have a helicopter pad, despite the fact that I thought that there were... No, they all got destroyed. It's like every time we get a helicopter there, someone blows it up again. Man, why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta be like that? Problem is, in order to get a helicopter over there, it's gonna take a long time. Yep. You usually don't have a problem intercepting those. The problem is, like, this airbase will continuously throw dark reaches, and those dark reaches will continuously throw massive counts of ordnance. So you kind of run into this problem where you constantly need anti-aircraft to stop them from doing that, but if you don't have enough people, you don't have enough people to, like, this airbase needs to be repaired, this needs to be captured, this needs to be captured. Okay, the tarantula is going out probably to maybe not do that. Oh, I got disconnected for unknown reason. Okay. Well, there's that then. Let's see. I would be scared to jump on one of these with 54 players. The frame rates must be awful. 29 and 128. It's interesting. These, I'm assuming, are European servers. It's interesting that those are the ones that people are doing PvP on. Nine. 32. You know what? For the memes, just for the love of the game, let's take a look at the 50+ player server. I've heard it gets pretty bad. God, that's a lot of planes, man. That's a lot of planes. Oh, I immediately start, because we're so late in the game, I start with Dubai, whatever I'm on, basically. What is there to do at this point? Yeah, it's a lot of people in dark reaches doing dark reach things. That sounds about right. Surprisingly, they've been on this mission for an hour, which I would not have expected. Let's do a bomb run. 24 FPS. Actually, to be fair, 24 FPS is a little bit higher than I expected it to be. I'm being genuine honest when I say that. 24 might be the bottom, actually. It might be where it kind of bottoms out, because when I was on the 32-player server, that's about what it was then as well. I think if I were to guess, kind of thinking about it, I was looking at those pilots on the map. So what you can do, you actually can make money by recovering pilots. All you have to do is land near a pilot, like vaguely near a downed pilot. I think enemy or friendly, if I'm not mistaken. In anything, if you land near them in anything, it's considered a save. So you could do that in like a chicane, for instance. Even though chicane obviously has no way of rescuing people. But it would probably be really interesting to do a campaign with like a smaller group of like, you know, maybe up to 16 players, where you have like really slow progression to justify being able to do that kind of stuff. Which actually I guess is what the Tank Buster mission, which I think is one of the built-in ones. Tank Busters is kind of bad. The progression speed seems to be very slow. You're just constantly hitting convoys. Because I think there's probably a rewards multiplier somewhere. It's probably set up in mission parameters for determining how much you make per action. And it's funny, VTOL VR actually experimented with a mode like this too. It was a Gold Rush or something like that, where the idea is kind of similar to what this is. So I think the developer was kind of making an effort to do something similar. I don't know if it necessarily panned out, because no one ever seemed to want to play it whenever I tried. But it wasn't bad. It was also set up as a PvP mode. In theory, you could probably make a game mode that's like this for VTOL VR. Oop, Medusa spotted me. Calm down. Calm down. You're fine. That's fine, I'll just outrun you. It's okay. Got the whole set. -1 actually. The munitions truck ironically survived. It's kind of funny. I wouldn't have expected the munitions truck to be the one that lived. He wasn't ready for it. I think he was going to go after that dark reach, so I wanted to make sure that he was not going to do that. And now we get to do, hopefully, a successful carrier landing. I am like 3366 on carrier landings with the Ifrit. The 66 being the number of times I've died attempting to do it. Because for some reason the Ifrit does not like to catch wires, I've noticed. The first time I did one, perfection. And then for like the next 3 or 4 attempts, it didn't go well. See how I do on this one. My throat's starting to feel a little which I'm surprised by, actually. You know what it is? It's the space game problem, but in different form. So the space, I was thinking about making a video on this at some point too. I just haven't really gotten back into the. After Bandai Namco killed my attempt to make the one video that I wanted to make, I'm kind of like when it comes to videos. There was a subject that I wanted to talk about, which is what I call the space game problem. The space game problem is basically this: space is really boring. And I say this as an avid lover of spaceship games. To be clear, I think space and spaceship games are great. But space is really boring. You know, it's the problem that people talk about when they talk about games like No Man's Sky or when they talk about Elite Dangerous, right? You go out and you go onto a bunch of rocks, and they're empty rocks that have some resources on them, and you sit down and it's like, cool, there's an empty rock, and then you go on to the next empty rock. Right? Space is really boring from a realistic sense, and it can also be kind of boring when you have generated stuff like Elite, or not Elite. God. Okay. Didn't catch wire. We're gonna do it again. Like even with No Man's Sky having generation of exotic terrains and some creatures and various plants, you still kind of run into that problem there too, where it can be a little, For me, at least, some people are really into that. Good for them, right? Me personally, like, that kind of thing can get a little bit difficult. So it's good to have. I prefer bespoke experiences. We're talking about planet stuff, space games. But having said all that, I think that there's kind of a similarity in the problem with these games in terms of not having enough content. That's definitely not going to catch wire if I don't touch the ground. I need to come out a little bit further out. So these games suffer from having, like, you have your one content and then you go out and you enjoy that content, like I was talking about earlier, high fidelity fight sims. The content in a high fidelity fight sim is the high fidelity. Gameplay is usually an afterthought. I think there's a similarity in that problem where you end up with these games just not quite having enough scope of content, and it ends up being the empty, lifeless, barren planets problem all over again, but in a very different form. Right? And it's that thing of, like, I made this game, but I'm only going to have this much gameplay-like content in it, and just hope that that's good enough. And a lot of times it ends up not being. I'm stretching a little bit there, I know, but I was just kind of thinking about it just now. I thought I meant to put air brake on a little bit earlier. That's what I get for talking and flying at the same time. We might hit wire on this one. Yeah, there we go. The wires are... I know what it is. I know why I'm having a problem. The wires are significantly further back on the carrier than I thought that they would be. Yeah, they're like way back here. So I need to hit, like, very close to the beginning. If I take a plane out, will I be able to do anything before the game match is over? Not available here. I haven't gotten to use a dark reach. No, I can't afford it. Unless I sell this, then I can't afford it. Take 40 GPO 500s. By the time I get there, the mission will probably be over. Yeah. Maybe I'll be surprised. We are running close to stop time. Not anytime soon. Soon. But, you know, like 40 minutes from now is probably what I'm going to call it, just because shortly thereafter there's a planned event. It's going to be happening with a personal thing, I guess would be the way to put it. Just, you know, movie night with another community. And I like to attend those because they're fun. So, in about 40 minutes, I'm going to probably be calling it. Give or take 30 minutes or so. But that's not for a while. So. I like the Dark Reach. It's funny, I always hear people, when the fight sim community, for whatever reason, there's a lot of people who hate bombers. This comes up a lot in like War Thunder and DCS. Whenever people talk about, oh, it'd be cool to have like this bomber, like a B-1 Lancer or something like that. It's like, no, bombing is boring. I don't want that. It's like, man, bombing can be fun too, you know. It has its charms. It can be a little dull, admittedly, but like it can be fun too. You know? Apparently the next aircraft they're adding to this game is a fast bomber. Which is supposed to be... I think the design of it... There was a showcase of it the other day, of like an early mock-up of it. It's kind of more F-117 Hawk inspired. I was hoping for something a little bit more strictly B-1 Lancer. I've always wanted someone to have either a high fidelity or like a medium fidelity, or just in any like good form, like a B-1 Lancer, because the B-1 Lancer is like a terrain-hugging, low-altitude, high-speed bomber. And I would also note that this game does have like the 2.5 kiloton nuke. Nuke? Why do I keep saying nuke? The 2.5 kiloton nuke in this game has a parachute deploys that deploys below a certain altitude, I think is the parameter for it. So, with that in mind, there's gameplay there for it. If you want to do like a really, really high speed, like just skirt by, terrain hugging, drop it with the parachute, get out before it blows kind of thing. You can technically do that. You could do that at the if rate, and I've considered doing it a couple times. I just haven't really tried it yet. It would be nice to have it, like I said, I would love to do that against a ship and see if I can do that, because ships, especially like a carrier, you know, if it's a carrier that's by itself or something, or it's a little bit separated from the pack, which happens sometimes, you know, that deck height is pretty high. You might be able to, if you can get within distance fast enough, you might be able to be under its guns, in a manner of speaking. I don't know how that would work, if it would, but theoretically there's that possibility. And so you could do something like that. That would be fun. I mean, I have bombs that are basically bunker busters. I also have 60 of them. It keeps moving the map when I'm clicking my button. It's kind of weird. We'll see how much of this space is left by the time I get there. I'm gonna guess not much. There's 250 LRs coming into. Oh, so many 250 LRs. By the way, I want to say, as I am a fan of like the designs of the B1 and the B2, and I'm a big fan of flying wings, this plane, 10 out of 10. Just throwing that out there, 10 out of 10. No notes, just perfection. Alright, let's show these guys how it's done. Right about... where should we go? See, mine don't have to go halfway across the planet to get to where they're supposed to go. Just throwing that up. You drop them from above the target, and they actually land on the target. Easy. I'm actually surprised how many of those survived, because those are GPO 500s. So they should have been able to bust those bunkers. Possible they might have missed. There we go. Full speed it back home. Those ammo should go. There we go. Takes 1,000 of GPO 500s to do it. Just gotta have two. Hardened aircraft shelters didn't die earlier as well, which is interesting. This one's take a lot of punishment. There we go. That's all she wrote. It's game over. I really played with the tarantula much, I guess. I like the tarantula in theory and also a little bit in practice, but I wouldn't be lying if I said, how did they... What? I'd be lying if I said that it wasn't a little... It's somewhere between, like, really strong and also really weak. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Because the, what is it, 76mm cannon or whatever, the shells from that are very easily intercepted by a lot of things, except when they're not easily intercepted and they do, you know, what they do. But when they're easily intercepted, then it's not really strong. It can have 20, I think, AGM-48s or whatever. Same problem there. If you need 20 AGM-48s, I feel like every time I've ever used that many AGM-48s, they end up getting intercepted anyways because it's against a more hardened target that actually has proper air defenses. So you kind of run into this weird, like, situation where when you're using a tarantula, I find that most of the things that you're using the tarantula against tend to be very good at resisting the tarantula. So maybe today is a glorious day for the liberation forces.
Raise gear.
It's fine. What is it going to do? Rip off the bottom of the plane? I'm a little high here. And also a little bit off target. And also, this is a small runway. Whoa! Okay, abort that. Abort the heck out of that one. That was a really bad landing. Well played. That was an old-time whiff. Should be able to not mess this up this time. Just getting a little bit too distracted when I was doing things earlier. Do it properly this time. There we go. Air brake. Twist, 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 twist. We're a little bit off center here. Don't land on the grass, please. And, okay, we're good. It's fine. A landing's a landing. See, successful sortie. The game thinks that was a perfectly good landing. Who am I to disagree with them? Right? Who am I to say that? No hangers. What exactly is the holdup here? Oh, there's the vote. What are they voting for? Who has failed? What are you needing to vote for? Do you need to vote for it to end? I was too busy landing to pay attention. People are just saying type vote. Okay. I don't know what we're voting for, but wherever it is, it's probably important because everyone's trying to do it. It was funny to see what kinds of systems various dedicated servers set up for games like this. The vote has failed. What are you voting for? Vote to skip the current mission. Is it broken? Did they break the trigger at the end or something so it's not stopping, or is this how it's set up? No votes failed. You're telling me that a plurality of voters is not good enough for cases like this? It's kind of funny. Is it a unanimous vote system? Why would you set up a unanimous vote system like that? That's crazy. Why would you do that? There we go. Okay. Absolute escalation. Yippee. Ah. Ooh, this is interesting. I don't know if I've ever done this one before. First people. Ah. See, moments like this are fun. You have 3 crickets launching off a carrier at the same time. Yeah. This one of those is on a missile. Oh, I'm dead, aren't I? Oh, we're good. That terrifying Suze spray that went right past me was kind enough to kill the SARH that was on me. Watching that spray of tracers come at me was definitely a little bit of an experience. I wasn't sure if I was about to get friendly fire there or not. Ooh, this might not work very well. I managed to do that without killing anybody, which I think is quite the feat. That's a pretty huge accomplishment. God, there's a lot going on right now. It's a lot of ordnance coming out. Well, just in case. That island's cleaned up. Yes. This mission seems kind of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing where this one goes. Where are them helipads at? There's a munition locker, even better.
VRS. VRS.
Okay. Where the helipads at? Air station, control tower. We'll take our munitions truck over there. This will give me a better result.
VRS.
Interesting. It's really not wanting to refresh me. Normally that wouldn't be a problem. Whatever. Aw. No one reason for me to have radar on because we have a friendly Medusa in the air. We'll just do some cap here. Some combat air control. Chicane is dead. I think the thought process for me here is when you throw 50 players on a server, you go from like, you know, near pure war to a desert storm, basically. Everything just gets immediately rolled over in light speed. Radar station over there. I mean, this won't... Let's see what happens if I do this. I don't expect it to actually hit the target. I'm curious. It is radar guided. It is silhouetting in a way that technically it could... It's not. It's not guiding a target. Didn't think so. Ooh, hi. Oh, hi.
Right engine fire.
What? How? That was weird. I would have expected the IRs, especially in a front aspect like that, to easily control that scenario, but no, apparently not. So that... Well then. Excuse me? Let's see this load out. That's a little disappointing. I shouldn't have been surprised that there was going to be defenses at the radar station, but I wasn't sure if there were going to be. Oh, the TA can take on quite easily, huh? I'd like to say they have this, but I'm beginning to wonder if they have that. We're gonna launch the scimitars. Because, I'm less than enthused at the progress of the destruction. One of them died. I think he had to gun him to death. A lot of people are shooting at him. I think only the scimitar is gonna hit. And last 3 hit him. Yeah. This is the one who principally destroyed it. That's funny. All that effort. And I ended up being the one who had to do it. Ooh, now he got nailed. There's no need for me to do that. That one, just in case. There's the scimitar. He's smoking, he's going down. Or not? I'll hit him with a scimitar. It's a dark reach. It's both worth a lot and also needs to be murdered as quickly as possible. I think that dude's got the AWACS on his Medusa, probably, hopefully. Yeah, that'll do it. Splish! 14-2. Yippee! Big fun out there? What does my radar show me with its little radar eyes? What do you perceive? Nothing. There's nothing. That's... What is... Oh, it's a TA-30 compass. Why is there a TA-30 compass down there? Ah, it's taking off. Not anymore. There's another one. Not on my watch. Did those even hit? I don't even know if they did. Somebody else's problem. Should probably be more focused on this guy, to be honest. Someone got a little nukie over there, I assume. Did you avoid that? Yes, you did. Oh, that one. Going down there being so diligent, doing their best, very desperately trying to blow up that hardened aircraft shelter to no avail. Why is there a bolt strike next to the shard class? What's the deal with that? This is a land view, right? There's Have okay, they reactivated a bunch of stuff. Does he have any wax module? Yeah, looked like he did. Sure looked like he had one. 2 science receptors. 1 IR. Still got a pretty good amount of orbits left. Supply convoy. I'm sure that tarantula. Nope, never mind. That's an AI. I'm sure someone will make quick. Where you going, bud? I hit him once. Oh, I'm gonna crash one time. Nah, we're good.
Right engine fire.
Well,
Left engine fire.
I wasn't expecting to have that bad of pain, so that was just terrible performance on my part. No. Well, I guess just because it works in War Thunder doesn't mean it works in this game, right? Although it probably would have helped if I had actually been a little bit more accurate, but, you know, that's neither here nor there, really. I haven't really, you know, I also haven't used the Vortex at all. I never used the Vortex. You can have one scythe. Wow. You're terrible, actually. I was waiting to see if they would clear that so that it would go on to the next phase, but then they failed, so it's like, now what? Yeah, now what indeed? Should I pay my punishment? Settle for something less? With the revoker a little bit. The effort's more fun, but the revoker has its charms. Plus it has the thrust vectoring on it. Yippee. Fortunately, I've learned how to fly these planes since the first time I did this on Wednesday. If you've never flown these, like, super late generation, like, super highly maneuverable, very highly powerful planes before you jump on them in this game, you have to use dramatically less than you think you would. You can go out of control pretty much immediately. I crashed multiple times the first time. Just because you expect them to be highly maneuverable. You don't expect them to be quite this maneuverable, though.
Stall.
Now we wait. Shard class died now. Soundtrack can be pretty good sometimes. You know, I'm noticing that when you start throwing 50 plus players in the server, it seems like some of the mission scripts start to have problems. I'm kind of getting that vibe. Oh, there it is. Oh god. Oh, no.
Stall. Engine fire.
Yeah. Fair enough. For whatever reason, I was having a hard time finding the thing. I shouldn't have been having a hard time finding the thing, but it wasn't. My brain wasn't correctly discerning where I needed the point to find that. Is what it is. It's on me. Are they already gone? They already destroyed him? Frick. instantaneously gets annihilated. Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah, screw it. Let's do Tarantula. Ah, that's cute. I like that. I never looked at that to see how it actually came out. I'm getting the vibe like the range is not quite there yet. At the radar station. Well, SPAG doesn't want to give up the ghost quite yet. Played. So it's ready to go. Oh boy. Why are you not taking additional damage? I'm about to die, aren't I? Strange. I have no target lock on that. Oh, 30. I know how to solve this problem. Easy. Hi, how's it going? Ah, there's a whole carrier fleet down there. Yeah, that complicates things a little bit, doesn't it? Might have just lost lays. Those are open yet. No, actually some of them got through, much to my surprise. No, that's the wrong thing. That was a little close. That was a little close. Why is it up there? Dead. I'm totally dead. No, we're good. We're good.
Stall.
I think that's a... yeah. That's a mystery target, so it's not going to hit anything. And to get intercepted with spear hands anyways. Same with that, I suspect probably won't work for the same reason. Well, it is jammed. Let's see if I can kill him. Oh, look at those shells go by. Probably would help if I could laze him. Make sure that I am. He's done. That was a good jam. Whoever did that was a smart cookie. Nice. A little bit of teamwork makes the dream work, right? Ooh. You lost jam anyways.
Stall.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. It's good that I noticed he was jamming. Oh, he's jamming. Jesus Christ. That was a little light nuking, no worries. Charge should be close to dead at this point. Something just tried to fire a railgun at me. Terrifying. There we go. Fantastic. Oh, they got the whole fleet jammed too. That being said, though, I don't think that I can do anything about that because that fleet is really far away. They are... yeah, they're like across the map effectively. So that's just not going to be possible. Calm down. Why is this shaking like this? I may or may not have clipped one of the rotors going over the mountain. It's easy. That'll do it. That'll do it. We're gonna take out this factory first. Calm down. Whoa there, buddy. Whoa there, bucko. Yep, that sounds about right.
Stall.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. So, lesson of the day is, flying a tarantula, don't clip a rotor on the mountain. That's a very bad thing to do. So for anyone who's you know, thinking about flying a tarantula, just keep that in mind. That might be useful information for you to know in the future. Jesus. Settle down, my goodness. A little bit of cleanup here. It looks like someone might be doing the same thing that I want to do. We're good. We're good. Almost lost it. It being the plane. But we're good. Number one. Okay, he's already got that. I never fly this plane, actually, the TA-50 Compass. I don't usually fly this one. Yeah, everybody else on the team is doing the same thing I'm doing.
Raise gear.
Huh, yeah, probably should do that. That's a good idea. Very smart. Very smart. There's no way. There you go. Oh, nothing else. At least I can intercept some very highly dangerous munitions. How's it going, bud? What you up to? Coming to my side of the mountains? Big mistake. Big mistake. I don't have a gun. There's no way you fired that. Man. Get him, AGMs. You think just because you have thrust vectoring, it makes a difference to me? It doesn't.
Stall.
I understand. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do.
Stall.
None of those will hit, but we're gonna get rid of the ordnance and go land.
Raise gear.
Alright, alright. I got this. Well then. I guess that's how the other half lands. Oh god. Any nukes here? Just one. I kind of want to experiment with the thing, but I don't want to do it if there's only one. Well, 150 meters, 100 feet altitude. Did it say 3? It did say 3. I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna crash.
Stall.
My bad. I should have just taken off where I was. Sometimes I end up taking it way too far in that turn. Yeah, this thing needs about, like 20 feet of runway to take off. So why did it even bother? I'm gonna try something a little crazy. It would help if the Medusa was actually jammed. Yeah, they're already shooting at me. I'm messed. I'm screwed up. Already. I've never tried this before. I don't know if it's gonna work. We're gonna try. Shouldn't have done this. This is a bad idea.
Left engine fire. Right engine fire.
Ooh.
Stall.
It failed on impact anyways. Okay. I had never tried that before. I wanted to see if it was possible. I didn't know if it actually would be. It was one of those very experimental things where I just was curious to know if you could actually do a high-speed run at a bunch of ships like that in 1.5 KT them. And the answer to that question is no, you cannot. Because you have to loft it minimum a little bit higher in order to get that parachute to go out. So definitely not something you can do. Cool. I tried. I got closer than I thought I would, if I'm being honest. I thought that I would get murdered very rapidly just trying to get out there. Surprisingly, that did not happen. But having said that, it is pretty much time for me to end. So, as always, you know, do the usual. Might be more of this potentially, I'm not sure. Just depends on how the weekend pans out, how next week pans out. Fun game, $18. Very cheap, relatively speaking. Lots of cool stuff in it. Looking forward to seeing what kind of future content they have too. Still waiting for export. Still waiting for X4 Star Wars Underworlds submods to get updated. So, I don't know how long that's going to take. Maybe a week or two. I don't know. Yeah, anyways, have a good one. Have a good weekend.